Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for tonight's live session. Tonight, we're going to be talking about Saturn Retrograde, which is going to be starting on September 1st. So, I want to give you guys a little bit of a heads up, especially because I have a lot of subscribers who are Saturn people. So, I want to talk about this transit for you and give you a little bit of advice and guidance. If you are a member of my channel and you're watching this in the live version, then we can pull up your chart and take a look at what Saturn retrograde means for you. Just let me know. If you would like me to look at your chart and give you some recommendations for Saturn retrograde or just look at anything in your chart, then you also can donate for a reading as well. Okay. So, all the information about this stream will be in the description box, but let's first start off by talking about Saturn retrograde. So, this Saturn retrograde, I feel, is very significant because Saturn has just completed a 29-year cycle when it moved from Pisces to Aries earlier this year. Now, Saturn is not just going retrograde, but it's going retrograde back into Pisces. So that is showing, hey, Tina, that is showing that there's something that we really need to clear up from the past. There's some karma that we need to release. There's something more that we need to heal. There's something that we need to forgive, or we need to, create space for it in our life. And Saturn is like, look, we got to get this done before you can move forward. So I feel like this is very significant also because Saturn is crossing over the world axis point. So the world axis point is 0 degrees of Aries, and that's like a super duper brand new cycle for the entire world. So anytime a planet crosses over this, it's very significant. Big world events can happen and we feel it collectively. So with Saturn, the planet of karma, discipline, hard work, and lessons going over this point, that's significant. Okay. So, this is something that you guys can currently be feeling right now. Those of you who are Saturn, strong Saturnian people, those of you that have a lot of Capricorn in your chart, those of you that have a lot of uh, Aquarius in your chart, or those of you who are Aries or Pisces, especially in those like early degrees and late degrees of Pisces, then you can really be feeling this strongly. Okay. So, yes, but I feel like this is very significant. So let's backtrack a little bit. Let's go to the top and then we'll get to where we're going, okay? So Saturn transited these degrees that it's going to retrograde on April 6th, 2025 to May 25th, 2025. So you want to look back at that time period of your life and think about what was going on. Did anything significant for you happen between those dates? If so, that could be something that you're needing to go back over again, something that you're needing to rework, something that you need to learn the lesson or relearn the lesson and finalize it, okay? So that could be the first clue for you as to what is happening here. But just in general, with Saturn, it's all about learning, okay? It's all about learning something. It's all about really understanding something, really truly mastering and perfecting something with Saturn. And with Saturn in Pisces, Pisces is the it's the end. It's where you let go of things. It's where you release things. It's where you heal things. And Saturn is a very, very slow moving planet. Okay. It takes 29 years to travel around the entire zodiac. So, with Saturn at the very, 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 very end of his 29-year journey in the sign of endings, that is showing there's some major releasing of karma that has to occur. And you maybe did a bit of that, okay? And this is going to be individual for everyone and everyone's spiritual journeys, but maybe you did a bit of that. Maybe you had a big release of that from April 25th, 2025 to May 25th, 2025. That could have been a very significant period for you, okay? But now we need to do a little bit more, okay? We need to do a little bit more hard work here. And this is the work of healing. Now, as Saturn has come into Aries and been in Aries for the past couple of months, we've all started this brand new 29-year cycle in our life. And you probably have gotten a taste of what that life is going to look like and what that life is going to require. And you probably have this idea or vision for your life. You have something that you want to do with your life. But with Saturn going backwards, it's saying we need to make more space for this, or you need to be ready for this on a spiritual level. You need to make space and not carry anything from the past with you on this new journey. Because just in general, right now, we are in a 9 personal year collectively, all of us. So the whole world is in this wrapping up cycle, this wrapping up phase. We are leaving behind an old way of doing things, and a whole brand new world is starting. 2026 is the true beginning of the brand new world. And so this year is where we're all, in some way, shape, or form in our lives, we're all making some type of transition between our old life and the way we used to be and the way we used to think and the things that used to be important to us and the people that we used to hang out with and the things we used to aspire for. And going into 2026, we're going to be going for new things. The world is going to be completely different. And so you can't walk into the new world, you can't start your new life if you're holding on to old and outdated things from the past. And with Pisces, this is subconscious beliefs, subconscious thinking, right? The way that we are, that we don't even realize that we are, like the blind spots that we have, the kind of unconscious patterns that we follow. We have to really check ourselves, okay? And that's what retrograde does, is rather than the energy being external, it's internal. So with Saturn going retrograde here, we have to really, really, really dig deep, dive really, really, really deep into ourselves and uncover the limiting beliefs that are holding us back from being the people that we know we truly are, and holding us back from being the people that we know we were brought to earth to be. And so there's a lot of clearing out that has to happen. So if you're still like afraid to do something, you're still holding on to the old way of life, You wanna do this with your life, but you're scared to do it. You're holding yourself back, you're procrastinating. You have to get to the bottom of that is why are you doing that? Why are you afraid of that? What do you think is gonna happen? What's gonna happen if you let go? What's gonna happen if you finally forgive that person and stop being angry with them? What's gonna happen if you finally give up that addiction? Like, what are you so afraid of? And really those fears, facing those fears. You know, when Saturn returns to Aries, we should be fearless and we should be ready to lock in and ready to do whatever it is that we need to do to make our lives better. But what's going to hold people back is the fear, the procrastination, the addictions, the attachments, not wanting to transform, not wanting to change, being stuck in old emotions. A lot of times people are just kind of stuck in their emotions. They're so used to being sad. They're so used to being depressed. They're so used to being angry. And that just becomes their normal. And being in that state, it just holds them down. It just keeps them low. And we're being asked to just let it all go, to let it all go. Like there's nothing worth holding on to. It doesn't do you any good to hold on to that old pain, to hold on to that old resentment, to hold on to those old narratives and those old stories and thinking, "Oh, well this is just the way it is. This is just the world is." Because we're creating a new world and it can be whatever you want it to be. And the only limitation in your life at this point is you. And that's the ultimate truth about the 12th house is your biggest enemy in life is you and your negative beliefs and your limiting beliefs. You limit yourself, you play yourself more than anybody will ever play you. And that's what you have to confront now on a serious level is how am I sabotaging myself? How am I holding myself back? And what do I need to do to get out of my own way? So that's what I feel this really is. Now, like I said, this starts on September 1st. That's when Saturn will go back into Pisces. So a couple days before, a couple days after, you can feel a big shift. There could be something going on in the world as well during this time, so we have to watch out for that. And then it's going to remain in Pisces retrograde until November 27th. And it's going to retrograde all the way back to 25 degrees. So if you have anything in Pisces from 25 degrees of Pisces to 29 degrees of Pisces, then this will personally affect you. Or if you have anything at 25 degrees to 29 degrees in any of the mutable signs. So that would be Virgo, Gemini, and Sag, then you also will feel this in a bit more of a challenging way. It'll turn direct November 27th, and it won't return back to Aries where it is right now until February 13th of 2026. So it's going to be back in Pisces for a good bit of time. And so those Saturn and Pisces themes that we were experiencing for the past 3 years prior to it being in Aries are coming back online. So we're dealing with mental health again. We're dealing with spirituality, we're dealing with healing, we're dealing with isolation, we're dealing with addictions, we're dealing with self-sabotaging behavior, all of that type of stuff, and more on a global scale, we're dealing with crisis in the world and those who are less fortunate, homeless and refugees, people who are, struggling right now. That's going to become a big focus again. Okay. So you'll notice this little energy shift, but the significance of that is we've got to clean things up. We got to get everything together. So that way we can move forward. That way things can start to get better again, but we need to address the things that are not working. We need to address, some of the big problems from the past, and we need to find new solutions. We need to be willing to move forward from these things. That way we can all collectively improve and get better. So, in your own personal life, that's what you should be focusing on is okay, what are the weaknesses here? Like what's what's really holding me back? What is continuing to really weigh me down? What prevents me from moving forward in my life? And what can I do about it? Some things you might not be able to change, and you might have to internally reconcile with a situation, right? Like if there's something about your life you can't change, like your place of living or a relationship that you have or a family member, and it just is going to remain in your life and you just have to deal with it. That's something you have to make peace with. You need to deal with your underlying emotions, you need to deal with your anger, your frustration, your disappointment, whatever it is. You need to deal with that and not let it hold you back and use that as an excuse. Well, I can't do this because this person is this, and because I live here, and because I don't have that. And you have to be bigger than your excuses. And that's what Saturn in Pisces does. It abolishes the victim mentality. You can't see yourself as a victim and also be successful. It just does not work like that. Either you're a victor or you're a victim, and you have to choose which side you're going to stand on. And Saturn wants you to be a victor. Saturn definitely does not want you to be a victim. So catch yourself if you find yourself blaming this and blaming that and woe is me and this happened to me and this happened to, you know, my people and this happened, it's like, okay, yes, that happened. No one's taking that away from you, but it's time to move on. It's time to move forward because the limitations are no longer there. And a lot of people right now are living in the past. They're still in a past mindset. They're still holding on to emotions from the past, from events that have come and gone, that have been done for years, decades, centuries. People are mad about things that happened. And it's just, it's procrastination is what it is. It's procrastination. It's foolish at this point because there are so many opportunities. There's so much abundance in the world right now. There you can literally do anything, go anywhere, have anything. We have everything available to us, yet for some reason everyone is so depressed and so anxious and so worried when we have the ability to do and have everything that we want as long as you're willing to put in some hard work, Saturn, as long as you're willing to delay gratification, Saturn, as long as you're willing to come up with a plan, Saturn, and follow it, Saturn, you can have anything that you want. It doesn't matter your background, your race, your gender, your socioeconomic status. It doesn't matter where your starting point is. If you set a goal for yourself and you make a realistic plan and you follow it for a long enough time and you're consistent with it, you'll be rewarded. And so this is what people have to understand now is like there's going to be no more excuses, no more sympathy. So you have to really check yourself right now. If you are someone that you know that you do this, you know that you tend to blame or you tend to act like the victim, you tend to feel like, "Oh, my situation's so bad, everything's just so bad for me." You have to really work yourself out of that because that exact mentality, that exact mindset is going to be what holds you back, and there will be no sympathy. That's the thing. Like, as Saturn starts moving forward through Aries, through Taurus, the North Node leaves Pisces, there will be no more sympathy because if you were not taking the opportunities, if you were not doing the work when it was time to do the work, and then you start to see everyone start to come up and start to get success, the only person that you can blame is going to be yourself. Because in this day and age, anybody can do anything. Women don't need men for permission to things. Women can do whatever they want. Everyone has access to the internet. Everyone has access to the same information. Everyone can get in contact with someone across the world to get the information that they need, right? Like there are no limitations. The only limitations you have are the ones that you put on yourself. So you have to check yourself really is like, where am I being a victim? Where am I holding myself back? Where am I limiting myself? Because you will be the only person to blame, and that feeling of regret will be very, 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 very heavy. Okay, so whatever your problem is, if it's, oh, I don't like the way I look, change it, right? Oh, I'm insecure about this, change it, fix it. There is a video on everything. We now have ChatGPT that can literally tell you anything that you want, like we have an abundance of information, knowledge, we know more than our parents and our grandparents and their grandparents. We have so much more available to us now. You just have to use it. You have to empower yourself to use it. So, we kind of are getting this little step back to, work on ourselves on a deep level, but once we get into 2026, things are moving, okay? Things are moving. And so you have to be ready to go. No more excuses, no more holding back. You have to hold yourself accountable, right? As Saturn goes back into Aries, then all the Aries themes come back on: independence, confidence, momentum, action, aggression, masculine energy, right? Then we're back there again and it's moving full force. So you have to be bigger than yourself right now. And Pisces is the soul of Aries because Pisces sits on top of Aries. So yes, Aries is a fighter, but it has a mission, it has this soul, it has soul to it as well. And so you have to figure out, what am I fighting for? and you have to get your soul on board. So whatever that means for you, you're fighting for a better life. You're, you know, fighting for justice, peace in the world, whatever it is, you have to get right on a soul level right now. And on a soul level, have nothing holding you back. You might not have the resources, you might not have the people, you might not have, everything you need. Everything might not be sorted right now, but that's not the point. The point right now is to be aligned spiritually with your mission and know that this is your destiny and feel empowered to go after it without any fear, without any hesitation, without any doubts. Because after you align and you start taking action, that's when everything will come. A lot of people try to do it the other way. Oh, I can't do this until this happens. I need to save this amount of money. I need to do this. I need to go back to school. I need to get a degree. It's like, no. Just start doing whatever it is that you want to do. Just start going in that direction. And everything else will sort itself out. You'll meet the people that you need to meet. You'll get the money that you need to do what you need to do. You'll get where you need to go. But you have to break away from needing everything to be certain and planned out before you take action in your life. And that's what you have to determine during this Saturn retrograde is what is preventing me from doing what it is that I know that I need to be doing and becoming more confident in your purpose. We're all here for a reason. We're all here to do something. We're not just here to wake up and go to work and come home and just pay bills and do it all over again. We all have something to give the world. And when you are giving your gift to the world, that's when you have happiness. That's when you have peace. That's success. Doesn't mean you have to make money from it. It's just that you're in alignment. And when you're in alignment, your whole life comes into order. You know, the relationship comes, the kids come, the money comes, the recognition comes when you are being who you're meant to be. When you're not being who you're meant to be, when you're out of alignment, when you're stuck in the past, when you're letting what someone did to you 50 years ago, throw you off, when you're sad about this person that you can't control, nothing's going to come to you because you're not aligned to have it. You're not being who you're meant to be, and therefore you're not gonna get stuff just cuz you're not entitled to things in life. Nothing is guaranteed in life. We're not entitled to anything. So you have to understand that you have more power in your life than you think. You have more control in your life than you think. It's just that your mind gets in the way of that and you don't realize how you are the one that is actually preventing yourself from having the life that you were meant to live. God, the universe is waiting for us always. It's never the other way around. They're waiting for you to stop the negative thinking. The universe is waiting for you to stop procrastinating. The universe is waiting for you to get up and do what you have in your power to do. But you have to start. You have to start it. You have to start churning the wheel first, and then everything else comes after. Okay? So if you know that you're dealing with depression. You know you're dealing with anxiety. You know you have that addiction. You know you have this negative way of being. You have this victim mentality. If you already know that about yourself, then that's the first step. It's just identifying that you have that problem. And then you got to go deeper into it and really get to the bottom of it and be willing to let it go. Be willing to let it go and, okay, enough. I've done that for long enough. It hasn't gotten me anywhere. This is not getting me anywhere, and have the courage to do something new. And yes, it's going to be hard. It's hard to change your habits. It's hard to change your pattern of thinking if you've always been thinking this particular way. It's hard to start new routines. It's hard to be more disciplined, but discipline creates freedom. Everything that you want in life requires your discipline. And once you have it, then there you go. And you look back and you realize that you were the one that did the work. It was just you showing up for you every single day that creates the freedom in the life that you want. So the power is in your control. Okay? The power is in your control. And some of you guys, you already understand that. You get that, you know that. And this will be more about rest. Some of you guys just need to rest. You've been going too hard. You need to rest. You need to heal. You need to rejuvenate. So use this for that. And like I said, 2026, that's the real start of the show. 2025 has been crazy for sure, but it's because we've needed to end some things. We've needed to clear out some things. We've needed to purge some things. So, this is just the cycle, right? But next year is go time. So be ready for that. Be ready for that because you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it because your mind's in the wrong place, because you're emotionally not well, because you're spiritually unwell. Because look, some people are really going to fly forward. People are going to start flying forward here. There's going to be so many changes and you don't want to be on the other side like what's going on, you know. Oh, they're just lucky. They have privilege. They're this, they're that. No. People have been working hard behind the scenes. People have been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. The shift started in 2020. There have been people who have been doing a lot of work since then. So it's not overnight. It's not overnight. So you have to really think about where you want to be and what you need to do to get out of your own way. So that way you can be in the winners club for the rest of the decade. Okay. All right. So I hope that this was helpful. I hope it gave you a little bit of clarity, a little bit of insight, especially if you're already, potentially feeling a shift or experiencing this. But yeah, that will be a big thing. And then also this month, Uranus, another big planet and outer planet is going to go retrograde. Pluto remains retrograde. So, things are shifting. Okay. But yeah, 2026, we move forward again. All right. Okay, guys. So hope that was helpful. If it was, give this a thumbs up. I will now open for live readings of any type. So if you are a member of the channel and you want me to take a look at your chart and kind of see what Saturn retrograde means for you, then I'm happy to do that. Just let me know. Just ask for it. If you are not a member and you want me to look at your chart, then it is a $25 donation. info in the chat box. And if you have other questions, anything else that you want to ask about, I have a full price list. You can just donate for whatever you want, and we'll do your reading here on the stream. Okay. So I'll be here for a little bit longer. Just let me know. Hello, Tina. Awesome. Absolutely. Yes. Okay. All right, let's get your chart up here. Oops, wrong one. Okay. All right, so this is for Tina. So for you, this will be happening. Actually, let me turn the transits on so you can see it. Okay, so for you, this will be happening in your fifth house. Wow. And your South Node is there. Wow. Okay, so this is very significant for you. You definitely could be someone that is feeling this right now or kind of anticipating something or feeling this strong desire to like release something or let go, like, or you could feel that something is like wrong. Um, and you likely already did, some purging in that time period that I mentioned. So was it April, May time period, you could have had like a big purge. So kind of think back to, around April 6th to May 25th. Was there anything significant that happened during that time? Were there any major realizations? Were there any big changes that you made? Saturn wants you to go back over that again. There might be more that needs to be released, more that needs to be, let go of. And you have your South node at 27 degrees of Pisces. 27 is a Gemini degree. And for you, Gemini is your eighth house of death, rebirth, and transformation. So, wow. So that means that there's something psychological. There's a trauma, there's a fear, there's an insecurity, especially when it comes to intimacy and vulnerability. And and with it being in your fifth house, this definitely could be in regards to love, dating, and romance. So, maybe needing to release and let go of an old way of doing love and dating and romance, especially if in the past 29 years you've experienced any type of trauma in relation to that. With the eighth house, this definitely brings up, like can bring up betrayal, it can bring up jealousy, can bring up cheating, things like this. And, when you go through those types of experiences, it changes you, because you go from, being innocent and naive and, thinking, that could never happen to, oh my God, this can happen. It can happen to me. And it kind of can change your whole world. And that can stay with you and prevent you from, being more vulnerable in the future, prevent you from having an open heart. It kind of leaves like a little bit of like a like a cloud over you, kind of. So, this is a time to release anything from the past 29 years that happened to you in regards to, you know, betrayal, jealousy, insecurities, fears that could have been brought up from like intimate partners. And you also have Uranus that's transiting through, this part of your chart. So, in the bigger scheme of things over the next 8 years, you really are working through a lot of this and liberating, being liberated from a lot of this because it could be forming like a very big blockage in your life. It could be preventing you from stepping into the version of yourself that you have always wanted to be. You ultimately are a Leo. So you're here to shine. You're here to shine and you're here to bring light and bring positivity. And it's hard to do that if you're not really feeling that way on a true level, or if you are carrying around, baggage, or you're carrying around, some type of darkness. It's hard to shine or shine bright, enough to have the impact that maybe you want to have, or to have the visibility in the right way that you want to have. So that's something to look at. And furthermore, this is in your fifth house of children, but also your inner child and the experience that you had as a child and how that shaped you. And that also could be what you're being asked to let go of right now, because that experience maybe is not serving you anymore. That was what you had to go through. It was karmic, right? With your south node here, this is a very karmic placement. You probably had a very karmic childhood. It was destined, meant to be, okay? And but now you've been through it. You've been through it, you've experienced it, you've gotten everything out of it, and it's time to, release it and let go. And at this time, the North Node is also transiting your fifth house. So you're moving forward. You're moving forward. You no longer need to carry around that story or carry around that weight anymore, or identify as that anymore, because a whole new story is starting. Okay. So, we talked about this when it happened, but you just had your nodal reversal. And whenever you have your nodal reversal, it's like your whole life flips around. And it's like, wow, this is completely different. This is a new experience. I'm normally used to being like this, and now I'm experiencing this. And it's almost like a wake-up call, So you've had that like jolt, you probably understand, okay, I want something different from my life. So now it's start time to stop identifying as the old and to start identifying now as the new. Okay. Once Saturn goes back into your sixth house next year, this is you really having to nail down like your perfect daily routine. And it's not just, doing it for the sake of doing it. It's doing it because your daily routines are the foundation of your entire life. And in order for you to make your life into what you want it to be, you have to create your life that way. You just have to live it. You have to be live as if. And there could be limitations to that at first, you could have this idea of a life that you want to live, and maybe you can only live it 30%, 40%, but it would be better for you to live it 30, 40% than not at all, because over time, the 30, 40% will go up to 50, 60, 60, 70, and then eventually, as you've built the habits, you've built the routines, you've built the momentum, and also your mind is starting to move in the direction that you want to go in, then eventually you'll just wake up one morning and you'll be living the life that you want to live without some type of big, huge, overhaul, which is like what a lot of people think happens in life. Like things in our life happen very, very slowly over time, and that's for better or for worse. You don't, gain money overnight. You don't gain 1,000 pounds overnight. It happens very slowly over time. And so you can use that same principle for good. But what the Saturn is saying is okay, what's holding us back? What's stopping us? What is it from the childhood that we have to let go? What is it from the love life that we have to let go? What traumas do we need to release? What insecurities do we need to release? What fears do we need to release? How can we be more fearless moving forward? And kind of untangling yourself from any old narratives and old stories. Yeah, this happened to me. Oh, yeah, this was my experience and da 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 da. And creating a new experience and saying, yeah, this is who I am. And some of that might feel foreign at first because you're probably used to identifying with the old story. But the more that you do that and start identifying with the new story and a new way of being in a new daily routine, then before you know it, you're going to be living a brand new life. So, with your North Node in the 11th house, this is a placement that shows that you prosper later in life. Whenever you have things in the 11th house, you prosper later in life. You have your Saturn there as well. So you prosper later in life. And I feel like this is kind of all saying, hey, look, we're getting to the stage of life where, you know, you can prosper now. You can prosper now. You can be happy now. You can enjoy the fruits of your labor now. And that first just starts in the mind. Okay. So hopefully this is helpful for you and gives you some clarity and insight. Awesome. Thank you so much. My pleasure. Thank you. Hi, Gorgie. How are you? Yes, absolutely. Let's get your chart pulled up here. Of course, my pleasure. Okay, let me change one more thing. All right, so this is your chart, and Saturn for you will be going from your eighth house of death, rebirth, and transformation back into your seventh house of relationships. So you want to think back to kind of what was going on in terms of your relationships from April 6th, 2025 to May 25th, 2025. Like, what was going on during that time? Were you having any interactions with a particular person during that time? Or just what was your overall energy towards relationship at that time? Whatever was going on around this time frame will come back up again for you to review again, for you to learn something, um, for you to release something, or to, uh, you know, let something go. You say, met Esther in that time. Interesting. So that's going to be a very, very big focus from now until November. After November, you'll be able to move forward with more clarity in regards to S, yes, but just relationships in general. Okay. So, yes, also think back to just in general from, let's say, 2023 to 2025. Just what was the general state of relationships for you? Like, what do you feel has been the lesson that you've needed to learn? When Saturn goes back, it can be like a testing, like, okay, did you really learn the lesson? Did you really get it? It kind of can give you one final test before you like move on, let's say. Or you could have a little bit of karma that you have to work out, especially in the seventh house. There definitely can be karma with a person that has to be, worked out. So, like, be on your P's and Q's when it comes to relationships. Like, be very intentional, be very present, make sure you're always responding from a higher self or conducting yourself in relationships from your highest self and not accepting anything less than what you want, because ultimately what Saturn through your seventh house wants to do is it wants to perfect your relationships. It wants you to have the best relationships. And when you have Saturn in your seventh house and you're out of alignment, things are terrible. Things are terrible because Saturn's like, you know, you got to do this right. And if it's not right, then it's going to be awful. But if you're doing things right, then it can be really good. It can be really, really, really good. So, will just be a time for you of really making sure that all of your relationships are in order, that they're all balanced, they're all fair, that you're getting just as much as you're giving. Nothing is out of alignment. That's what you'll be working on. And again, it's not just romantic, it's just all relationships in general. Just making sure that everything is the way that and like want them to be and not accepting anything less. Um you said I was waiting for someone else to come around in 2023 and it was awful. This time I am asking the hard question with S and asking for clarity. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what Saturn wants you to do. Saturn wants you to ask the hard questions. It wants you to get to the bottom of things. It wants you to not lower your standards. It wants everything to be just right. And if it's not, it has to end either by your own will or it will just end. The universe will make it end um, if it's not right. So it's a time of karma, and you also have the North Node that is currently transiting through your seventh house. So relationships in general for you right now are very karmic. You are meeting soulmates, right now. You're having very particular experiences with people that need to happen right now. And by the end of all of this, you'll be where you need to be, especially when it hits your moon. Oh boy, you'll be exactly where you need to be in regards to relationships. So, Saturn coming back here is just, saying, "Okay, let's be serious." No joking around, no playing around. You're going to get really serious with people, you know, or your interactions with people can be more serious. People can get more serious with you. People can be more um like critical of you as well. When does it hit your moon? Let's see. So North Node at 2 degrees. That will be starting around starting around June 29th, 2026. So that's when the North Node would have getting ready to finish its transit through your seventh house, completed its time in your seventh house, and the North Node is aligning you to your destiny. So by that point, you'll know where you stand with everyone. Okay. Everyone. Because whilst all of this is going on, it's sorting everything out. It's sorting everything out. So you having your moon in the seventh house, you want to connect. You enjoy connecting with people, but the moon, especially Saturn and the North Node, is trying to get you to connect with the right people. So by that point, you know, you'll know where everything stands. Yeah, so you probably will know by that time. It will be very, very clear. It will be very, very clear at that point. You said this November, I'm expecting him to start the process. Yeah, so that will be the end of Saturn. Saturn will leave Pisces November 27th, and then it will go into the 8th house of, death, rebirth, and transformation. So that makes sense. I could see that. You said, I guess it all depends on how the universe wants things to go. As I say, I'm expecting things to go as planned. Yeah. I mean, look, once Saturn goes into your seventh house, Saturn brings reality, Saturn brings truth. So you will see, and with Saturn retrograde, you're kind of able to see things from a different perspective. When Saturn is going direct, you're seeing things are moving forward. You're seeing the future. You're optimistic. When it's retrograde, you're going back. You're being more critical. You're being more, okay, you're thinking things twice. So watch how your mindset with him changes September, October, see what comes up, during these months. And then November, as it starts to get ready to go direct, you'll have a much, much clearer picture of the reality. So just give it time, just give it time, just give him time, just kind of let things continue to play out. But I definitely think by November, you should be like 80% certain of what's going on by that point. Because then Saturn goes into the 8th house of transformation, permanent change, secrets. And if that was something that he was doing, you will know. You'll be in the know about that because you'll be very tapped into those types of things. So you will know. I have no doubt that by the end of the year you'll know where you stand with him if you're going to continue to give your energy to him, or if it's not worth it, you will absolutely know by that point because Saturn's not going back into Pisces, not going back into your 7th house again after this. So it's moving forward. So everything with relationships that you have right now, they will all be moving forward by that point. So let's see. Let's see what it brings up. Yes, me too. Me too. It's my pleasure. Thank you so much. Hey, Rhoda. How are you? Awesome. How is DC? Thank you so much. You say the weather is perfect. I'm really enjoying it. I've been doing a lot of walking around. It's been nice. Beautiful. That is so good to hear. You don't have a reading left, but I am doing free Saturn retrograde readings if you are interested. All right, cool. Let me pull your chart up. All right, so here's your chart. And for you, Saturn will be moving from your 12th house of spirituality and endings and culminations in back into your 11th house. And this is the house of your goals, plans, and dreams for the future. So, think back to what was going on in your life or what you were thinking about. Um, April 6th to May 25th of 2025. You might have to rethink those plans. You might have to rethink your future. You might have to refine your goals. Maybe some of those goals are not realistic. Okay. Saturn always wants everything to be realistic. He always wants everything to make sense. So maybe some of the goals that you have for yourself are not realistic, or maybe they're not in alignment with you anymore. As you have started your foray into Saturn in your 12th house, which, really is forcing you to get to the bottom of things with inside yourself. You could have changed a lot from now to then. And you maybe are realizing like the reality of where you're at, because the vibe of Saturn in your 12th house is really heavy emotionally. So maybe you have to move some plans back. Maybe things that you thought you would do like a year from now, maybe whilst knowing how Saturn in your 12th house feels, maybe you push it back 3 years, or 5 years, because it's like, okay, I need to prioritize at this time my mental health. I need to prioritize my spiritual journey. I need to prioritize my healing right now. And you might need to push some certain plans back in order to give yourself this time to heal. You also could be dealing with issues when it comes to friendships. You might have to reevaluate some of your friendships again, because maybe, again, as you like kind of understand it now, like what Saturn in the 12th house is and how like emotionally intensive it is, you could be needing to distance yourself from certain friends or eliminate certain friendships that are not going to be conducive to like your health and your healing. Okay. Saturn is only going to go back to 25 degrees. So it's not going to touch your Mars. It's not going to touch your Jupiter, though it will be within close orb. So with Saturn kind of becoming close to your Mars, there could be um, something that you're having to release, because Mars rules your 12th house of endings, and it also rules your 7th house of relationships. So again, there definitely could be a release of a relationship, particularly a friendship, okay? Or just any relationship that, or association with anything that doesn't really align with where you want to be later in life. Okay. So that's definitely a possibility for you. Ultimately, I feel like what Saturn is wanting to do for you is it's wanting you to go into the Saturn in 12th house transit free, like not thinking that this is going to be a time to build, because with Saturn ruling your 10th house, this really is more of a time of breaking down. Saturn ruling your 10th house is the breakdown of your public reputation, your status. That way you can be built back up again into a better status, into a better public reputation. So he's kind of saying, look, kill your dreams in a way, not in a bad way, but like kill your dreams, don't think realistically, think more long term about these things. Understand that certain things that you want, are not going to happen next year. They're not going to happen in 2 years. They're not going to happen in 3 years. They probably will happen in 5 years or 10 years, but that's perfectly okay, because you'll get them and they will be long lasting, as opposed to kind of doing something half-assed, or doing something and not really getting it the way that you want to get, right? Like settling for something just to say you have it, like just focus more on the healing, focus more on the behind the scenes work, focus more on setting your life up in a way for the next couple of years where you have that downtime, where you have the proper time to do your healing. you have the time to dive into your spiritual studies, and you have the time to get into isolation and get alone, because that's going to be the most transformative thing for you over the next couple of years. That's going to be the best way you could have success over the next couple of years is letting go, which seems counterintuitive, but it really is the best thing for you to do. And then once Saturn goes into your first house, in 2027 and 2028, that's when you can start building the new life. That's when you can really start building the new version of yourself. That's when things can come online, like in the way you really, really, really want them to go. You said it may not be the only area, but I'm having to accept that about housing right now. Yeah, like anything that you want to last and to be good, definitely better to wait, you know? Because also too, this is like side note, years in the future, but we are going to have the South Node that's going to go through Cancer here in the next few years. And that will be a better time for people. I know a lot of people right now are like having trouble with housing, the prices, interest rates, all that stuff. That will all work itself out like towards the end of the decade, like 2028, 2029, 2030, which I know sounds crazy right now in 2025. It sounds so far away, but truly it will just be better. Like anything that anyone's getting into right now is just got problems, there's just so many problems. It's just not ideal. So yeah, a lot of people right now are having to put their dreams of homeownership and the idea that they're going to get into, the place they want and all of that. Like a lot of people are having to reconcile with that. So, it makes sense that you're feeling that way, but everybody is feeling that way. And that's one of the new things that we're going to figure out in the new world, which, really will come online in 2026. Right now we're experiencing the kind of breakdown of things, but in the next couple of years, 2026, 2027, 2028, things are going to start building back up again. We're going to have a better idea of what's even happening, because right now there's so much uncertainty. We'll have a better idea of what's happening, and then we can make better and more informed decisions. But right now, people are kind of basing their decisions and basing information upon what happened in the past, which doesn't apply to today. So, yeah, I know like the housing thing can be really frustrating, but I really do think that in a few years, we'll have a better grasp and a better handle on things. So, yeah, not the biggest focus right now, and that's okay. The biggest focus for you is just on your healing, on your healing. That's the number one thing, and kind of, you know, breaking things down or slowing things down as opposed to, ramping things up and building things up right now. So, and yeah, Saturn also rules, you know, your whole ninth house stellium there, right? You have everything here in your ninth house. So whatever Saturn's doing is really, really big. And Saturn is going to go be in a position where it's squaring you, it's challenging you. So it'll be better when Saturn's in your first house, because then it's going to be trining you, right? It's going to be sending you so much beneficial energy. So in the next, couple of years, the circumstances for you are going to get so much better and will be so much more supportive and easier. So, just be patient. But yeah, the Saturn in your 11th house is kind of saying, okay, let's get real about some of our plans. Let's get real about some of our dreams. Let's get real about what the future is actually going to look like. Now with having the information that you have, now you can kind of make a better like 5-10 year plan, knowing a little bit more what's shaping up for you in the next couple of years. Yeah. So, I hope that is helpful for you. Awesome. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Good luck and have fun in DC. Hi, Cornelius. How are you? I am good. How are you doing? You say doing great. 2025 Leo season has been wonderful for me. Awesome. Good to hear. Yeah, I thought it was pretty chill. Better I think better than like the past couple of years when we've had like Venus retrograde in Leo. I thought this one was pretty good even though we had a Mercury retrograde. A lot of good stuff came from it. Aw, thank you so much. That was really sweet. It's very possible. I am a master number 11, so I am a spiritual advisor by nature, and that's what I'm on earth to do, so maybe. What a coincidence. Gorgie says, "How do I find out how Saturn is affecting S's chart?" So, you would just get his chart and look at the house that Saturn is transiting, and then look at any planets that it is, aspecting. Um, Cornelia says, "I don't believe in coincidences, I think it's destiny." Yeah, I actually haven't really pondered that, but, like, if I haven't pondered whether I believe in coincidences. I definitely believe in destiny. I do think that there coincidences can happen for sure, but, I think a lot of things happen for reasons that we can't understand, and I think we meet people at times when we need them, even though maybe we don't realize that we need them. So, this could just be a time where our paths were meant to cross. So, that I can, confidently say. But yes, so, where are you currently in your spiritual journey? Like, where are you? And what level are you trying to go to? You need a reading. Tonight I am doing uh Saturn retrograde readings if you're interested in that. But if you had something else in mind, then we can do that tonight too. Okay. All right, let's get your chart up. Gorgie, let me know if you have any other questions about that chart. Yeah, I've still got your chart here. Whoops. Okay. So, Cornelius, this is your chart. And let me actually turn this off so you can see it. But Saturn for you is going to be shifting from your fourth house of home and family and going back into your third house of your mindset and communication, where it was since 2023. So, oh, yeah, no worries. I've got your chart here. And so, this is a big deal for you because you are ruled by Saturn. Saturn is your chart ruler. So, whatever Saturn is doing, you are doing. And this is going to very, very personally affect you. You can feel a big shift in your energy and in your focus at this time. And it is making aspects. So, Saturn will go back over your natal south node. So, Saturn on your south node is a release of karma. There was some type of karma from your life that you recently released. And this would have been in regards to your mindset. There could have been a certain way that you were thinking about yourself, thinking about your life. Um, this also refers to your early childhood years. You could have had a mindset that had been with you from that time. And when Saturn went over this point, which would have been in about April or May of this year, you could have had a huge release of that. There could have been a big realization of that and, a realization that it's time to move forward with your life. Well, now Saturn's coming back over that particular spot again. And so there's going to be another release of karma, or there's something that you need to learn or realize or review or reflect on before you're able to move forward. And for you in the next 3 years, Saturn is going to go through your fourth house. And this is going to be, can be very challenging because this is your emotions. And not only is it your emotions, but your moon is there. So you're actually in this time period in your life called Sati Sati, which translates to 7 years of bad luck. And Sati Sati occurs when Saturn transits the sign before your moon, the sign of your moon, and the sign after your moon. So you've already been in this Sati Sati period. So since 2023, you could have had, you know, many difficulties in your life. There could have been, especially when it comes to your emotional well being, there could have been things that have happened that have really affected you emotionally. Um, so this is just in general like a very karmic period for you. But specifically with this, you need to continue to go through some difficulties, okay? And the point of this is not just to make your life miserable, but because you're kind of being asked to mature in some type of way. Like you need to mature in some type of way. You need to um take on some type of responsibility in some type of way. And that could be in many different forms, but it's responsibility when it comes to family, responsibility when it comes to home, and maybe like home ownership or building a family or something along these lines. There's some type of responsibility that you're being asked to like prepare for or get ready for, but this can come with some difficulties in the process. Okay. So, yeah, you said you kicked your Virgo ex to the curb in October 2023. Yes, this would have been the beginning of that, like the beginning of your Saudi Sati period where it's like you're having to get more serious about your emotional life, and anything or anyone that's not congruent with that would need to be released during this time. So, yes, with Saturn going back into your third house, there's something more that you're needing to release or understand on an emotion or on a mental level. So, some type of mindset that needs to be reevaluated. You have your South Node at 28 degrees, which is one of the Cancer degrees. And Cancer for you is your seventh house of your one on one committed relationship. So, this could bring back, not necessarily bring the relationship back, but that you still need to learn something from it. You still need to understand something. You still need to process it in a way um where it's like you get it now. So that's probably the biggest thing that's going to come up for you is really having to understand your relationship karma and understand like how that has impacted and affected you. You said both of my parents suffering from memory loss. I'm so sorry to hear that. Um, they have two sons. I am their response son. That is so funny. Yes. And your Jupiter is in Cancer. Yes. Yeah. And you're having pretty close to having your Jupiter return. But yeah. And the other thing I will say about Jupiter in Cancer is that that would make you the response son, right? You tend to be the hero or the savior for other people. And that can play out, in all of your relationships, your, parental relationships, your romantic relationships. You tend to be, very helpful for other people, but sometimes that can be at your own detriment. You said responsible son. Oh, okay. I was like, "Oh, response son, okay." So, yes. Now, with you telling me that about your parents, that makes complete sense. With the Saturn in the 4th house, this is gonna be a huge theme here, really having to do with them. You could have to take on much more responsibility with them. Also in terms of, like, their home, like, you might need to deal with their real estate in some way. Maybe you have to, take on the mortgage or something along those lines. There's, like, a huge, uh, burden, really, that's being placed on you, and this can really affect your life for the next couple of years. You said, "Yes, I have a superhero complex." Yes. Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, Jupiter loves to be in the sign of Cancer. Yes, it's a beneficial position, but sometimes it can cause you to do too much, right? To have an overinflated sense of responsibility for people because Jupiter blows things out of proportion sometimes. So, yeah, there's that. But anyhow, so yeah, so in the immediate term, in the next couple of months before the family thing starts popping off, because that will be probably greater of a theme for you in 2026, like especially after February 2026. And then, of course, when Saturn actually conjuncts your moon, which will also be in 2026, that's when the family stuff can really, intensify and come online here. But before that, it's like there are some outdated ways of thinking that you have to release. And with you having Pisces in the third house, this can make your thinking very idealistic. So you can have this idealistic way of thinking about life, an idealistic way of thinking about people, an idealistic way of communicating, things like this. And, Saturn could be here coming back to go, okay, look, like there's nothing wrong with being positive, nothing wrong with being optimistic, but we've got to really look at what's going on here and change our mindset to be like more realistic, okay? Um because when Saturn goes into the 4th, reality hits, this is the reality hits. And like I said, Sadi Sati is the most challenging time in our life. We have it every 29 years. So you're in the middle of this, and it hasn't even really gotten to its height yet. So I feel like this, dip back into Pisces is trying to help you to just mentally prepare for what's to come. And also to release any like unrealistic expectations or unrealistic ways of thinking that can cause you suffering. Because the most challenging part of this is when you're going through it, but you want to be going through something else, right? Like you have this real situation, but you're wanting to escape into another situation. And that's very like Piscean, is wanting to escape reality, wanting to, do this over here to take your mind off of this over here. And Saturn's like, no, like we need to focus on what is right here, sort this out, get this done, work through this, and then we can move forward onto, other things. So, very intense time. It's a very, very, very intense time for you. And yes, you are definitely going to the next level spiritually because it's through difficult times like this that you go to the next level spiritually. It takes these types of events to occur for you to grow. So, hopefully I can be of assistance to you during this time. Um if you find it helpful, I would love to guide you through, but yeah, this is just where you're at. Well, he's you. So you are Saturn, you are Saturn. So this is your life. Saturn is your life, and he will continue to be your life, till the end of time. Oh my goodness. That is hilarious. So their son was in your first house. So yes, your father, yeah. So that's son is the father. So with the son in your first house, father in your first house, he was very influential on you and probably continues to be very influential in your life. Um, maybe things kind of revolved around him or, whatever he was doing, his career maybe was, very important in your life or, you were expected to look up to him, things like this. It's very common for us to have like our parents' son in our first house. Yes. And that's challenging, right? Because you're a Leo and Capricorn and Leo don't don't mix, right? You have to constantly try to find the middle ground. You always have to adjust to each other. So that's challenging for sure. But yeah, I get you. I understand you. Oh my god, that is so crazy. That is so, like, insightful of you to have made that connection between Wesley Snipes and Denzel Washington. That's a perfect, way to use astrology to, you know, figure out your own situation. Well, I could see why. That makes sense. Hi, Gorgie. He said, okay, so I don't really know what I'm doing. So I couldn't figure out how Saturn retrograde is affecting his chart. What reading do I book here to have you look at it? Just the basic chart reading. Okay, sounds good. Gorgie, thank you so much. Let me pull his chart up for you. Cornelia says Wesley Snipes had a cameo role in the movie Deadpool and Wolverine. It was released. Oh, interesting. Well, I think that's a coincidence right there. That's an example of a coincidence. All right, so this is for Gorgie. We are looking at S's chart here. And wow. So his ascendant is 2 degrees of Aries. So he is heavily aspected right now with this whole Saturn Neptune that's happening on his ascendant because the ascendant is his whole life. So when Saturn is on your ascendant, near your ascendant, transiting your ascendant, this is a very karmic time in your life. This is a very burdensome time in your life. It's a very challenging time in your life. So I can definitely understand like why he is the way he is. So with Saturn going back into Pisces, he's going to feel actually a little bit of relief. So that'll be good for him. He'll feel like there's a little bit of weight off his chest, a little bit of weight off of his shoulders. He might get a little bit of a break from everything that's happening. Of course, it's just temporary. But this will give him an opportunity to take a step back, look at things, review things, change things, wrap things up, heal things, let things go. Because Saturn is the ruler of his 10th house, right? So it's the ruler of his career, his public reputation and his status and that, includes, marital status. So with Saturn at this particular position, this is wrapping up 29 years, a 29-year cycle and 29 years of doing relationship and thinking about relationship and aspiring to be in this particular status and aspiring to be seen in this particular way and that all coming to a close, very karmically coming to a close. So he's having to make peace with that. He's having to spiritually know that it's okay to move forward now. He's having to, just really go, okay, you know, everything's going to be okay. That's the ultimate goal of Saturn in his 12th house is him having the peace to let go. And when Saturn goes back over, so in February of 2026, when Saturn goes back over the 0 degree point and goes back into his first house, this is like purification because when you go from water to fire, it's the purest energy. So he's kind of going back to really get the last bit of stuff out, like clear out the last boxes, wrap everything up, tie up all the loose ends before he can truly move forward without anything holding him back. And I mean anything. Like when I say he's becoming a new person, like he is genuinely becoming a new person. Okay. Like it's I watch a lot of home renovation shows. So, you know, it's like he was a home and the home was good. It worked. It was fine, but it's like it's being renovated into something so brand new that you would never know that it was what it used to be. Like that's what is happening in his life right now. But he has to get all the old crap out, right? Like he can't hold on to the things from 1982, like, he's gotta get all that out. It's like new house, new stuff, new everything. Nothing is staying the same, and he has to feel okay with that. Like, there could be some parts of his life, like, that he has realized as he's tried to move forward, "Okay, I'm still being held back by this. I'm still being held back by this," or "This is coming up." And this is a time for him where he is really cutting, not even cutting, I don't wanna make it seem like it's, like, malicious, because it's not. It's more like making peace with the fact that this person was from this chapter of my life, this person was from this era of my life, or, this thing or this way of thinking, like, that all made sense then. I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't, out of alignment. It was just that's the season, but this is where I'm going, and just having that peace, like, not fighting, not just, like, throwing things behind him, like, shoving things under the rug, like, no, he's, like, really, like, yeah, you know, hoping that everything works out for the highest good, because that's what he wants for himself. He wants his life to be the best that it can be. So, yeah, it's just he's done a lot of the hard yards. Okay, Aries people the past couple of years have done a lot of hard yards. Um, so he's done a lot of the hard yards. It's just getting over the finish line now. That's where he's at. He's just getting over the finish line. So, that's where he's going to be. So if he's like, dealing with past stuff, if he's more quiet, if he's, like, pulled away, it's it has nothing to do with you. It's so personal. He is wrapping up a huge, huge, huge era of it. It's not even a chapter, it's a book, like, it's a book that he's wrapping up, and, signing the cover and handing it off and getting ready to write, his new book. So that's, like, where he's gonna be. Um, you said, "That totally resonates." I told him, "I feel like he's going through a spiritual awakening." Absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. And with the North Node going through his 12th house, this is spiritual awakening for him. It's him spiritually aligning to the proper path, you know. He's they talk about timelines, right? He's getting off of one timeline and he's going on to a whole new timeline. So, yeah, he's spiritually aligning right now. Um and that's another cycle that started for him. So, Saturn started a 29-year cycle this year for him. He's going back a little bit, but then next year, 29-year cycle starts. And then the North Node that went over, because the North Node moves backwards. So that went from Aries to Pisces. That was an 18-year cycle. So he's starting big new cycles in his life. So he's not going to be the same person. Like, there's parts of him, parts of his life, parts of himself that he doesn't even know yet, that he's not even aware of yet. like like I said, it's like a new home. It's in the same location, but it's a new home that was, you know, broken down and built back up again. So he's, going to be figuring out, who he is. Um the Saturn So the Saturn in these degrees, it's not going to conjunct anything in Pisces, But the only thing it will do for him, it will inconjunct his Mercury, which, like I said, if he's not talkative, if he's not like, you don't really know where he's at mentally, that's why. Because there's a incongruent um aspect being made to his planet of communication. So, just wait till it passes. He will come out of that. Let's see what else is happening for him. That's really that's really it. And I would say like just the month of September in general for Aries people, Aries is not being super heavily affected this month. Their changes are way more internal. So he's not one of the signs this month that's really activated. Um, the only thing that will be happening for him is that Mars will leave his seventh house of relationship. So any type of like conflict that he's been having with people, it will move into the eighth house of death, rebirth, and transformation. And, he will, if he is going to start, doing like divorce stuff, it could definitely happen whilst Mars is in his eighth house. And that will start on September 22nd and last for about 60 days from there. Um, you said, I am feeling a little bit of that. Yes. When will that end? The communication part. Well, he had Mercury retrograde happen in his fifth house. So he was kind of offline, out of sorts for a good part of the summer. Okay. Then he's actually, is it on that same day? He's going to have his Mercury return. It will be maybe like 2 days. So, like September 2nd, September 3rd, he's going to have his Mercury return. So, he's a 28-degree Mercury and Leo person, and Mercury will be right here. That will be about September 1st, September 2nd. So, what that means is he's having a big shift in his mindset. Okay. Um, and the Mercury return lasts for about 18 months. So every 18 months, your mindset goes through like a big reset. So he's going to have that happen. So I would kind of observe and see what happens after September 1st ish, September 2nd ish. How is he acting? What's the communication like? That will give you a good idea of what you can expect for the next 18 months moving forward. And that is another chart that you can look at as well. Um, the position of Mercury in that chart will show you kind of where his mind is at for that time frame. So that's a big shift. And um, wait, when's his birthday? Let me see. August 27th. Oh, so he just had a birthday. Oh, so he just had a solar return as well. Oh my god. September 2nd is their 20-year anniversary. That is insane. So, okay, this could be a year where it's like normally September 2nd meant this, and now September 2nd means this. So he's having a big shift in his mindset. Wow, the timing on that is crazy. Um so yeah, so he had a mm, solar return. So that's a big shift in his energy, and he's having a Mercury return. So he's going through multiple shifts right now. So in terms of communication, I would just give him a second um to adjust to all of the energy. I always say, like, during eclipse season, just give everyone grace because everyone's going through something. I would kind of maybe check back in with the communication thing after eclipse season. So, October, November, everything will start moving again. That Mercury will begin moving, the sun will begin moving. He kind of is like getting on with things. The Saturn transit will be in effect. That will be kind of like, you know, in progress. It'll be more normal. But whilst all these changes are happening, people's communication can be weird because they're just trying to get their own, mind in order. So I would just give him a little bit of time and grace. You said I keep forgetting to tell you that I had his birthplace wrong, but it's only 10. No, unless it's significant, it normally doesn't make a big difference, but I can change it if you would like me to. Okay, let's put that in. Ontario. Yeah, no, everything is the same. Yeah, everything is the same. So no major changes there. But yeah. But yeah, I would just definitely give him some grace cuz yeah, he's going to have Mars conjunct Uranus here soon as well. And that's going to be crazy. Um but it's pushing things forward, it's okay, got to move things forward, have to change, have to innovate here when it comes to relationships. So he's like clearing out the past to make room for the future. Awesome. My pleasure. Thank you so much. I appreciate you and good luck. Keep hanging in there. Awesome. Sounds good.